Okay, so today I'll try to get back to 1700 again. I had done it so well. Usually when I come back, so I hadn't played on here in a while. So then I come back and I fall from 17, which I had just gotten to like 1630. But then I went back to 1730 again, or like 1727. So I immediately got back, right? Like I had a little struggle. Now I've fallen back again to 1650. So clearly I keep getting overconfident or something. But no, I just wanted to show this as I was choosing the category. I like that it shows you this now. This is like the least amount of viewers I've seen for chess in my whole time on this channel ever doing it. Right? That is bizarrely low. That means obviously Hikaru and Botez and Gotham and everybody must not be streaming, but even beyond that, that is the shittiest view count you've had for this. It almost makes me think there's a different category now that they added for chess or something, right? Something doesn't seem right with that. Right, that's way too low. But let me change my art here. I keep falling behind on reacting to the videos. Like I'm using my thumbnails for my YouTube videos one by one, and every time I lose a game, I have to change it just because whatever. It gives me a chance to show them off in a way that you never would really be able to appreciate them otherwise. But I'll sort of just ignore it for now. I have to always download them, and it takes forever and stuff. It's okay if it's a clip, but if it's like a full like 4 hour episode of something, then I feel like I'm not going to obviously sit here and watch the whole thing, but I'll still want to download it and then sort of skim through. I don't like to watch my videos on YouTube itself. It makes it feel like, oh, I'm view botting or something, and I don't know. It feels weird, so I always try to download it. So here we go. This is the background itself, and that allows you to see that it was Professor Layton. So after I failed my permadeath run of, I failed a number of things in Ace Attorney. I had done the fifth case of Spirit of Justice in permadeath, or at least whatever, the final trial day. Right, so against the queen, so that was epic, and you didn't refill your health and stuff. So I was on like a high note with that, and so then I tried to do the DLC of Dual Destinies. I fail. I lose to a coin. I lose to a dolphin, fucking pirate case. Then I try the Great Ace Attorney, and I lose to a stake basically, and that army guy. And then I try. Then as my punishment, my last chance is I have to play with Professor Layton, and then I lose to a puzzle there that's not even like a failure state condition. This one is kind of a funny set because it's just the pawns are Cybermen, but everything else is normal. It would make more sense if it was like, in fact, this makes even less sense. Why are some pieces like that bishop, and then the rest are not? But it's like combining the other base set on the site that I have. But it would have been cool if they had like actual full DBZ characters, but you go there and then you go. But no, these sessions might come to an end pretty soon. And the reason why is because I have to do the PvZ Heroes Challenge, which is officially underway now. That was a DBL, I think is what it was called. DBL Chess. Dragon Ball Legends or something, I don't know. This one's just the basechess.com site. There's a lot of them that are the same. This one I actually like. It has like an understated, almost pixelated simplicity to it that is almost, almost looks a little scuffed, but I kind of like that in a way. Right? Almost like sort of choppy and everything. Some of these must be from some other old school chess games, like, whatever, Chess Master was one of them. So we sort of speed ran through a lot of these early sets, some of which I like. I forget where the Chess 24 one appears. I guess it's not in the C category. It'll be like Lit Chess Pieces, Chess 24, or pieces from chess. Like it'll be written differently, so it won't appear under C. So we have the background, we have the board, we have that. Yeah, let's try to get to 17. I'm not really too happy about it. I also really don't understand why the internet is like this here, but okay. I've not been able to figure that out. Right, like I'm going to lose on ping, which sometimes it'll force me to abort a game, at least because of that. I'm not too happy with the way this is going. I mean, the point is it just takes forever. Like, even if I win every game or something, right, it's just stupid. Like, I had gotten back there. Yeah, make me a board now. Make me a board. I don't fucking care. I'm an American anyway, haha. I like how that issue is treated, though. It's like, should you have the right to have an abortion? Yes, it's a freedom you should have. I 100% agree. However, I don't like the phony moralizing that happens. Like, oh, it's such a, like, you're proud of it, or it's, women's rights. Like, you should be able to do it, but don't act like it's something like heroic, or I don't know, it seems weird. It's one of those things, like I've seen people show more emotion when they put down their pets. Right, like, oh, it's a terrible thing. I hate that I had to do it. Right, so it doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to do it, but it should be treated with a bit of a stigma, right, on a social level. It's like the social Darwinism element where it's like, there's an element that, see, I don't know what you actually do with this. If you push it, then I'm like compelled to take, because then I have to move the stupid ass knight. So if I go there, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they can't take. So that's fine. And if you close it off, that's also fine, I guess. It's actually kind of surprising that you would do that. So now, see, this pawn becomes such an eyesore, and you don't expect it to really be. You don't expect it. They would take, 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 take. My biggest thing, my penchant for trading, of course, that I always love to do that. But the biggest thing that I like to do is to actually trade the queen itself, right? That's far more valuable to me than anything else. So this one you can't take. Um, Not really sure what that move is, but no, I have such a weird style because it's like I'll play things the same way every time, like when it comes to the opening and playing safely and stuff. But then other times I will be like, wait, what happened with this? Oh, so now they could just take and then take. What the fuck happened? Um, but they're too stupid to even say it. It's the fact that, and this one covers that as well, or, well, whatever. It's still functionally the same thing. The point is that I'll do things in like sort of a rigid way at times, but then other times I will be so improvisational and weird and random. So it's like it's hard to explain it. For now, I guess that doesn't really work. So something here could have easily gone wrong, and so I'm not too happy about the whole implications of it, but that should be fine. There's something with this that's gonna fuck me up because now I can't move it, and this is an annoying spot to be in. So what you can do is you can get out of there, and then if you don't, it could be trouble for you for sure. And so, but it really wouldn't even be. That's the thing. You can go to here. It might be a little greedy whenever the knight tries to do. You can do a cheeky thing like this, where it'd be very, very cheeky indeed. This is adequately covered. This is adequately attacked. 1643. I didn't even look at what his rating was. I was so distracted by the prospect of abortion. You're covering there, which doesn't. That would sort of just force your hand with respect to. Now they would have to take, and then I would take back to the extent that you have. They would take, take. I'm still happy with that compelled trade. We're looking at this potential attack, but I don't like that this isn't covered adequately. And so what you have is a simple ability to just take it, kind of do what we can here. So I'm only a meager +1, and doing this is out of the question. So this is the piece that really comes to mind now. I have no idea what to do with it. You would have to cover the rook itself in such a way that you could like go here and then go there, and then you should be safe. But you can still do this. The problem is, it's like the king would, well, whatever. It's too much work, right? As I say with everything, and that clearly never does me wrong. But it's like a case of you could take that anytime you want. I almost don't even care. So now you go here, and everything is fine. You take this. But you have to address. But you'll still take it after. I just don't give a shit. This is my problem. I just don't give a shit half the time. So now you have to do it. If you move this, we can trade it. You take. I can't take, or I could. No, I can't take. We'll go ahead, we'll move this fucker away a little bit. If you do this, I take and move it. You take this, you take that, I check and oh wait. But I could take that. I'm not really thinking through my moves, but they still end up working out just fine. Like through all that, you didn't really get anything out of it aside from now. You appear to get a pawn. Okay, dude. Okay, okay. These people think they're such hot shit. Like you're a fucking moron clown, dude. Just like me. Like don't get too excited. Chill the fuck out. It's a drawish game. Any clown's gonna draw the game 100% of the time. That's just how the game works. Like what do you want? Fucking, you'd be better off just moving the pawn than the shitty ass knight. Yeah, nice move, dumbass. I don't get mad because I think I'm better than other people. I get mad. Okay, fine. I don't care. I get mad because people are so bad, period. Like, just, we all suck, so stop playing like it actually matters. So, I mean, I had won the game right there. I don't know what that was. I don't understand. Even doing that doesn't really favor me too much. Can't go to there, can't go to there. The difference of one pawn here shouldn't really win you the game. You can tell I'm just sort of fed up. Like, I don't even want to play anymore. It's just annoying. Like, everything about this is just sort of irritating. You do it, I take... Oh, nice. Nice fucking game. I don't care, man. I just don't give a shit. Very close to a stalemate. I don't even care. Like, if I lose, so what? Like, what am I wasting my time playing this for? That is a stalemate. Wait, what? Okay, you're a total clown. I don't even want to play. I don't care. Like until I get. That's why I was even doing those muted sessions. At least let me get back to where I was. Right? Like this part gets so fucking boring and repetitive. All these people suck. They're not really doing anything. Right? It's none of it's consequential. Like they don't even understand themselves what they're doing. This is what I don't like. Right? Everybody would act all, oh, but that's technically good, but 9 out of 10 times they're not going to know how to do it. Right, so it's not even me underestimating my opponents, it's just like, I don't know, overestimating my ability to punish them for it. Let's go ahead, we'll change the cosmetics. It's taking an hour to load because this internet is as fucked up as my actual level of play. I really don't get why. Like, I'm streaming right now and it's fine. Right, the bitrate on the stream never seems to be an issue, but maybe I'll come to discover that there is some issue with it. So this is the last piece of art. So I maybe won't bother doing more after this. I don't care, man. And it takes like an hour. That's fine. Oh yeah, this one was pretty funny. It was like this is a completionist gamer mindset. We're in like this hostage situation where a girl is tied up, right? And we're like an investigator looking for her, but there's like this little coin mechanic. So let's collect all the coins in the room first before we untie her, because technically it's like a linear game. So if you don't do that, then you'll miss out on the coins. So the game is almost like a psychological test to show you, well, technically you're playing it right, because if you want to be a completionist and collect everything, you have to do it that way. But you also have to leave this unconscious tied up girl sitting there as long as possible in order to collect all the cosmetics. So I'm just going around yoinking it, solving the puzzle, right? That's what this clip is about. I'm like more concerned. She's there the whole time. It's like in a normal real life setting, you would go straight for her. But no, let's pick up the little coins and solve the little puzzle and do whatever dumb shit we got to do. The OCD completionist fails in a hostage situation. Deitch pieces, Deitch 3D. Okay, those are different enough to justify it. I don't know. I kind of like the shoddy nature of those ones a little better. Now we go to the board. Okay, this is it. If we don't win like 50 games in a row, I'm just never fucking playing this shit game again. So forget it. I wanted to almost do another session of EverQuest, or not EverQuest, Adventure Quest, because I enjoyed that so much yesterday. That would just be sort of a random, not really any format to it. Although I guess this is like that too. Like that's what these extra sessions are. I can just do whatever I want randomly. But it's just been this, not because I even like it. That's what I'll even assertively say. I don't play chess so much, or I haven't done it so much these last 2 years because I like it. That's not why. I don't like it any more than various other games. In some ways, I maybe like it less, but it's because it's time consuming to get anywhere with it. That's all it is, right? It's a time sink. What the fuck is this, dude? It's a time sink time horror. Not that it's actually such a good game or that I like it so much, right? I'll never say that. So because something is more time consuming does not mean it is better. Just remember that. And so I think I just did the board, right? I can't even fucking remember. Yeah, I'll go till I lose with this one, which clearly isn't going to happen. I mean, even that one I shouldn't have lost because it's gonna abort though, and there's nothing I can do. I mean, I don't know what kind of fucking internet I'm paying for here. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Like, it's just cursed. 1642. I mean, look, bro. It's just done. It was doing at least a little bit there. It's just done. Fucking what the fuck, man? It won't even let me play. What is happening? It'll bug out and make me play 2 games at once. Like, of all the games in existence, you would think chess would be the one that you could do even with that sort of shitty internet, but I don't care, man. Alright, just go here. Hurry up. Fucking so stupid. Okay, everything's fine. Basic opening. 1630 players. Fine. Go back. Go here. This is how you should describe the opening. Isn't it so fun? Can't you hear the enthusiasm in my voice? Like, wow, what a fun interactive game. Whether I know it or not is besides the point, right? That's what people hide behind. Well, it's technically, you could play it at a much better level, blah, blah, blah. But, like, all it is that repetitious, settled science, zero sum thing nature of it, which you might say, oh, that's how games are overall. But it's not exactly like that because it's a case where I don't know, it becomes more dynamic because you can't possibly remember everything just like that. You would do this to try to open up the diagonal more so than anything else. But doing this can be very powerful. So this is one of the biggest things I actually often get in the situation of and mess up. You're probably supposed to take here and then like go at this and then try to do something. But I sometimes go here and it sometimes ends up being better because like I'm thinking, okay, this is a very divisive thing, right? Whether you should take or not in that situation. I end up in that position a lot where, you know, I can never decide whether that's right or not. Oh shit. I guess given that circumstance, it probably wasn't the right thing to do because technically you'll get a fork. You won't really get a fork though. Yeah, this is the pawn structure that it leads to, though. I mean, go to here. I simply take back. Here I could take, and then they do that little pass pawn shenanigans, which I will be fine with doing. I don't care. You take, like, see, oh no, it's a pass pawn. Even if you're fucking grandmaster level, are you gonna know how to convert this shit? Because I don't believe you are, right? With any possibility. We dealt with that pretty easily, even though I create situations that I often shouldn't do. So they let me do that for the expense of taking this instead. And so I don't know whether I should do that or not. But I definitely should not do that. But you're already attacking it with the rook. So if I just resolve this, you're double attacking it. So you shouldn't be able to cover it. Even if you raise it, I still fucking... Alright, so that one is a little bit isolated for sure. Oh, you know what I'm missing too? Is you can't even go there and take anything with it. So the problem is, okay, let's say we cover this, which this is probably going to be a fucked up move, but you go here, now you can go here, and then you're hitting. I would take. That's covered anyway. They take there, so it's reinforced. Like, we get the point, dude. We get it. It is very clear to me. Okay, dude, okay. I mean, we got a pawn out of it, and we have a pass pawn here. I mean, it's not a bad spot. It's a couple pass pawns. Okay, so you move out of the way of that. Aha, my desire to move that pawn in what seems like a suboptimal way actually ends up paying off, because how could you possibly what the fuck? How could you possibly fuck this up? Like, you see how I stop paying attention to when I'm winning. Not that I'm really paying that much attention, even when I'm not. So you can't even really target that. You hit this, it's fine. And so what you can also do is just hit that. So they're so bad that they're letting me get away with all my bad habits, so it's their fault. I only lost because my opponent was so bad. What a great excuse. Like, it technically, what am I, Hans Niemann, where he tried to use that to justify something like a case of, I don't give a shit, man. You're so fucking dumb. You raise, I take. If you take, I take. You can't take. Okay, dude. This isn't really the best pawn structure anyway. I've had really good positions in both of these games, and I just don't like to fucking finish it off. This is problematic because you get to, you know, I can sack the bishop is going to be what actually has to happen here. You could cover it like that, but then I don't really want to play it like that. So now we'll sack the rook and the bishop, and then we're not going to be able to actually do anything. I am sort of almost trying to lose on purpose. It seems like I'm just not interested at all. This is fucking stupid as hell, man. These people are so fucking bad that it makes me not really want to fucking try or care. Which is really dumb, but I mean, usually I get away with doing that nonetheless. Or that was actually pretty smart, given the circumstance. And give me a stalemate just for fucking, come on. I got one. I haven't had a stalemate in like 100 games. Like, we had one of the last sessions, and that was pretty much it. Okay, maybe I'll do a couple more with, clearly I'm not in the mood though. The last couple of times, I guess I'm just bored of it. Like, I don't know what else I can prove with it. I got to 1730 without studying, whatever. Like, I should just study for fucking couple years and come back. Like, I don't care. To make it easier, it's not that I can't do it. I could get to 2000 right now if I follow my own advice and actually play my style, right, which is irrefutably good enough to do that, but I just don't want to. So you just got to make it easier and cheat by studying. Like, what a fucking clown thing to do. But then people brag and take pride in it. Like, it's fine. It's the amount of time you put in, I give you credit for. But so what is this? Like, what are we looking at, man? That's a blunder. You're supposed to take this, but like, it's one of those blunders that's even hard to explain the meaning of. And my thing froze, I think. Or no, it just doesn't show you this. There's reconnecting. Whatever. I guess it just won't even tell me. Let me see. You take that, so he just can't block you off that badly, and then that pawn ends up becoming. Now black is winning. It seems hard to believe that you'd actually be winning there. So even there, you go like this, but again, why exactly do you do it? Wait, what? You go here, and then you go, what is it going to be? Just a mate no matter what, and there's nothing you can do about it? I almost had some notion that there'd be something like that, like, oh, you're hitting, but it didn't seem like it would really be reliable enough. Like, I never have faith in attacks like that. So you're telling me there's nothing they can do, so then you just go here, and it's just a mate. Or I guess, wait, but why couldn't you just like go there? You go, oh, because, oh, okay, I get it. It's not a mate because you have to move the rook. Wait, is this like some sort of Beth Harmon moment? Like, because it's not a mate because you go, let's say you go like there, right? Where it's like, you do it and then you can, no. You can move there. Wait. Oh, no, it is more. Okay, never mind. It is fully a mate. I thought if you move that away, that would open something else, but man, I'm just not even fucking. But see, it's not even a valid thing because it's like I'm not even remotely looking or paying attention. This is where you got to play classical just to actually get yourself interested or immersed in the game because it's just the wrong way to approach it, right? That's why I'm never even bothered by it because it's like, understand the nature of the process in terms of, okay, it takes a long time. It's a slow, tedious, methodical, drawish kind of game. So then just accept it and embrace it. Otherwise, why even bother playing it? You're trying to deny its nature and subvert it by playing like faster formats or something. We can't even load like our art in there properly somehow. Like, is that actually what the fuck? Is it getting cut off in the? Yeah, there we go. But yeah, it's like an OCD completionist looks to, uh, looks to collect all the coins. That is actually a pretty funny moment. Hey Sammy, how's it going? Okay, maybe I'll re-up with a few more of these. This is what really makes it annoying, and this will motivate me to play better. The fact that I have to keep changing these arts every single time I lose a game. So that's like a mini permadeath, or like the P set and everything too. I'm not just playing for my rating, of course. I'm playing for not bad. I'm playing for to save my cosmetics, which some of these P sets I actually do like. So let's see. I gotta go log back into there and find some of these. No, those were 2 games in a row that I'm winning, and I just have seemingly no interest in actually winning them because it's so obvious, but I'm just like in a rush. I just want to get it over with. Like these players aren't even worthy of my time, which I don't really think like that, but clearly I'm just not in the mood. I wish I would have drawn simply at least one time there though, because yes, he's better than me, but he's not that much better where I don't know, like he's been stuck at 2000 for a while, which is still good, but he's joking that, oh, I got to 2500, and I almost believed him because his rate of growth was so good. He went from like, 900 to 2000 in like a year and a half or something, which is probably what I should have done. Anything interesting happened? Not really. Okay, let's go all the way back through here. Yeah, I like how popular chess has become in terms of whatever, whether because of Hikaru and Botez and stuff. So like when I see that low total, that's actually a shock. 700 viewers in the chess category. I guess that's something I haven't seen. It's always at 2 or 3K. So this is like the least amount that I've ever seen. Chess is dying on Twitch, apparently. Maybe it's because Hikaru moved to Kick, but I think he still does it on here. Okay, so the last one was something to do with San Andreas. So that's when I failed my permanent challenge of that. I had done a couple of the GTA games. The most dedicated criminal in Liberty City knocks me into the water. And then when your objection game is too strong to control. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go. Then I have to grab them. This is kind of annoying to do, but is this something? No, it's still custom one, auto fetch. Yeah, let me think. What else am I doing wrong? I'm just not taking my time enough. I see that's when I was on my best stretches ever. When like I would be losing games on time consistently. Like those would be the main times I would lose. I would never lose a game positionally, and I would always lose on time. So then I get pissed. Like, but I would still embrace it. Like, okay, that's just how I am. So that means at least I'm trying and calculating and playing to my potential. So nobody's ever beating me positionally, but I can't finish them off in time, and that's the right philosophy. So then that means you should just play classical and just embrace the way the game actually works, because nobody cares about these faster formats anyway. But then I don't know, I don't always have the patience for that. So this is the Professor Layton saga here, which you'll see in a second. Imagine doing that though. Like, well, let's combine a series that already has spirit channeling and dumb stuff like that, and it'll be what do you call it? Spirit channeling and the law, and combine it with magic because Espella and all this whatever the stupid storyline is. Right, this is really what we need to do in a game that's supposed to be based around logic and reason. We're gonna throw magic in there as a plot device. Okay, here we go. So we got 5 more. I definitely won't do more than that, and I shouldn't lose that many games anyway. Let's go. We'll upload it here. Let's see. Gotta keep naming them in order so I know just that I'm not using the same one twice by mistake. This is kind of a weird format to do with it, but it's just like a little bonus thing. I mean, the other cosmetics kind of make sense, even though unfortunately the boards don't work anymore with whatever, they did some update to the site. But the P sets are the main event because those were so interesting. This is just kind of a little extra flavor. But no, I think it's good to give it the chance to be seen in a maximized form because some of these are actually pretty good. It's just kind of later on, I guess, they get better. But, you never really would get to appreciate them, even people who would see my videos because they're just so small. So you won't even ever understand what's in them. That sort of was my mistake at the beginning where, you try to make it super elaborate and there's all these in jokes and little references, but there's no way. You got to make it something very simple and to the point and lowest common denominator because otherwise you won't understand what the fuck is going on and nobody will take the time to do that or zoom in or whatever, so it won't be super clear. So as with many things with online content creation, simpler is better, shorter is better. If you post a lot of short videos, they'll get more views than the longer ones, regardless of their quality on average, like just because people are low attention span clowns. Kind of like with, that's why TikTok and what was the other one? Like Vine, that's why those kind of things do so well. So you're rewarding lowest common denominator, lower effort, simpler things, and you're also rewarding, also just superficial things like face cam, and also the fact that you have short form, lowest common denominator, and just again cult of personality basis, things like that. And that's how you get Alex Botez doing so well at chess, even though she's not that great. Like, obviously, compared to countless other better players who don't get anywhere near as much attention, even who do stream, even who do, whatever, a lot of content. Benjamin Feingold should be, if it was just a pure meritocracy, which at least chess is supposed to be. Okay, nice 3D. Don't know what that is. Elegant. Alright, that one's not bad. Although that looks pretty much like the Deitch thing, just a little. Doesn't it? That looks almost exactly the same. We go with elegant. We go with this little. I don't know exactly what this clip was. I object to somehow the description. Yeah. The witch broke in, but he actually opens the window and lets it in, right? So I'm objection. No, she didn't actually break in. Even the flavor text of the game that's explaining what happened, right? Because she like becomes a bird, and then you don't know it's a witch. So technically, she didn't break in. You let her in, but you just didn't know it was a witch. So that's like a context issue. So we have. Okay, we'll do that one. This one. Okay, let's try to take it a little more seriously. Did we even get the proper analysis on that one? That's what I don't want to keep happening though, is it aborts because somehow my internet is too shitty here. Okay. So the point is those two games should actually be encouraging because of the simple fact that I basically won both. I have a clear path to promotion with the knight thing, and I have a clear path to winning with the. I mean, I had a mate, and I also had just a better position the last game. So I have to be a little more patient at some point. Like right now, it's okay to just go through the motions. It's not that I play openings fast because I know them. It's because I just don't care for them. So I'm trying to just sort of get it over with. You can go here, take. It's fine. Or like you won't expect your opponent to make a mistake, and then they will. But then you move too quickly because you're giving them the benefit of the doubt that they would never make a mistake, and so therefore you you missed the mistake that they made because you didn't expect them to make it, basically. And that probably happens a lot at the high level too, because you'd say, obviously it's a GM playing a GM, so they'd never imagine that they would just hang their queen or give up mate in one, so they're not even looking for it. And so they might actually miss it on that basis alone. But no, maybe I have to start playing more aggressively, but then again, that is not what I should really do. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a great idea to do that, but you take, you undouble. That's, see, that improved their pawn structure, so I shouldn't have done it. But also, how the fuck am I supposed to know, like, what is exactly going to happen with that? I wouldn't want to trade that really because I'm gonna have no bishops left, right? And so I don't know what I'm doing with it. Sort of give them too much free pawn movement in the process. I would take. Can't move the rook because it's covered by the, or I mean, the pawn is covered by it. I use this as a little filler part of the game because that would always be a black screen. You can't go there, you can't go here, so there's not really a whole lot you can do. This is kind of where I'd like to go though anyway. I could take, they could take. I don't think that really matters too much. Oh yeah, even that was a massive blunder because now even if you took back, I could still take, and oh, what the fuck are you doing? Now you can't take because then I take, and even if you don't, I can try to double take, and I'm also hitting this, and I'm also double attacking that. I would take, you would take, I would take. Let's see which of these is really the best option because you can't move whatever is here, first of all. And so if I took this, you take back, then I take, then I take. I guess I probably shouldn't have done it exactly like that, but you won't take with the rook, so you'll take with the pawn. And then as a result of doing that, you're already in kind of a fucked up spot. Or okay, that wasn't really what I expected, but that's still pinned now. I don't really want to give that up, but okay, whatever. I'm lazy, so fuck it. Now you could do this, and he would take, and then take this. You gotta watch the open file a little bit. I don't mind even moving back into this, but it's just like something bad is gonna happen, and it's gonna be especially around one of these two squares. So I have to watch that. Now at least I can move the rooks freely, which you're gonna have to do because of the simple fact that. Okay. Yeah, see, we need some wins like that. I'm not even gonna talk shit. It's like just whatever. Just give me free wins. I do that all the time. It's like a karmic justice with the universe thing. I always just give people wins they don't deserve. So every win at this level is undeserved, and every other game is a draw. And then I complain about that too. It's like you're not complaining about the actual state of the players. You're complaining about that's just the way the game works. Nobody actually feels like wow, they really did something amazing, and that's why they won. It's very stale. It's very controlled environment. Um, there's a middle level where that doesn't happen, like around the 2000-ish, because then you really are having to go above and beyond, right? But then again, you're drawing a lot too. But I think that mid level is probably, I won't even say the most fun because you have to study so much to get there, but this is just doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? Like it's anybody can just do what I'm doing, but they still don't. So fuck it, I'll take credit for it, I guess. But then even a lot of the time I don't. So but no, I want to get to 17 quickly so I can play another session of Adventure Quest, but I don't think I'll have time. Um, for some reason, I've been having that urge, but that was just meant as my Thursday format anyway. I might make like a little mini series out of it, but I don't know how because I won't have time when I'm already inundated with that stupid ass PvZ Heroes thing that I have to do now. Come on, like never mess with a man who's limited time when they don't have time in the first place. Like like even worse than usual. Like I'm obviously going to be very out for blood here, but by my style of play, that's still pretty passive. Because yeah, it's the greatest weapon that you can use at a low level. This is my whole style of play is modeled around this philosophy, right? That is very obvious if you play at a low level. Is that let your opponents beat themselves. It's a lot easier to let that happen because they're so flawed than to try to do anything crazy yourself and to try to, so do as little as possible, play defensively, and you try to. I would take. They would take. I don't get it. They would take. I would take. You get a bishop pair here. So again, win by attrition. Play slow. Play safe. Play slow. Play safe. Let your opponent beat themselves. Don't try to do too much. Just play defensively. Just try to survive. Just try not to be the one to blunder because you know your opponent's gonna blunder because you know your opponent sucks, and so therefore you get to be like, oh, I had the bishop pair, but then you can't really keep it because what could I have done there? I could have moved there with the rook and then just covered it back, but yeah, I'm moving fast. I'm already +1 pawn. Clearly, I'm far superior to these players, which I really wouldn't even say that, but at least I'm a little better, and I'm kind of getting annoyed on the amount of time I'm wasting doing this. Now, this would basically compel the no, it wouldn't. Um, hmm. You could try to push this rook up. There's nothing else going on, or I mean, this pawn up. You take, you check. See, once you get to this stage with this amount of material, then it becomes infinitesimally easier to deal with this. I don't even see really what that's doing at a high level. It's just a case where everything is still covered. If you come down, I can take, even if you take. The one attacking idea that any low rated clown like me would even have is just push the F pawn, I guess. Right, to try to disrupt something here. Other than that, you just stay in stalemate forever. Right, pushing pawns is super unintuitive and difficult because nobody really knows what they're doing when it comes to that. Right, like I don't know. Now do I push? They just go like that? Or I guess they can't. See, I don't even understand my own thing. But if they could just do that, then that would just shut it down, and then it's just a waste, and it's an eyesore to try to cover it. So I don't see what they would take, and then take, but it wouldn't be mate. But something bad could happen. So maybe we should. There would be a sack play. You know what? I don't think it's a big deal. There would be a sack play incoming. But then let's say I just don't even take it. Right, you could even just ignore it. Just go here with the queen or something. They're hitting up to go there, and that is a little irritating, but it is just a minor inconvenience. This is already adequately covered, and the reason why is because of the rook, and so all you have to do is try to wait. Well, like, why couldn't you do this? Just because you don't want to fuck up the pawns, I guess. You take, I take. You can't do anything still. I really thought a sack play was incoming there because take, and then take and check, and it's almost a mate. So you would have thought something might have happened from that. I mean, even doing this is good because it just sort of busts up the pawns. Right, that in itself is worth it. And so now you'd be trying to basically, you can't do that. Just go here. No, 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 but you can't do it. Go here. You're triple hitting that, which is not really meaningful because you still have to deal with the stupid ass queen being in front. Right, when it comes to double stack, sometimes ladies first isn't better because you have to decide that the nuance of trading is sort of giving initiative. Now I'm set up for a double stack already with respect to this. Right, whereas if whatever, but I'm not that picky. I'll take trades sometimes whenever I can get them. So now it's a simple case where you can do a number of things where, you can cover it with the light square bishop itself, but now you would take it wouldn't matter because you still can't do that. Hmm. Here's where the light square bishop's got to be the hero, and I don't know how exactly. The problem is the fact that the king is so in place over there. This is already covered. They're both covered. They're both fine. So it doesn't really matter. So I'm giving that check with no real great sense of purpose. However, you have that square covered, but I don't think it does a whole lot here. So what I can do is I can basically go back. This is where you got to be really creative, which I am not, or you have to have the will to think like that. So you can't take, you can try to trade, you can try to hit this, hit this. They would take, see, now it would work to the extent that if they take, then I can take for free, or even I could double take. The fact that the bishop covers is totally irrelevant. Right, so now even if you push, I take. If you don't push, I take. If you take, I take. Everything you do is just a take. What the fuck? But how? What the fuck is this, man? It's still okay, but I'm not happy about that at all. We get a pass pawn for it, but how much you want to bet I won't be able to save it, even so simply as just one fucking move, probably. Or not really, though. The bishop's clutchness could come into play here. Yeah, I love that. You take like a little minor 1% initiative and you just say like, what the fuck is this game? So this is covered adequately. This feels like the right play for that reason, but I don't know exactly. No, 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 because you could take, then take. I honestly have no idea. But no, you could double attack this and that could be problematic. In fact, I've already just said like how this fucks up. You should almost have tried to. What is that? Well, you'll win that pawn, which I can't really do anything about it, man. In fact, this is extremely dangerous because if you take this, you're pretty much going to get mated, so you have to watch the whole thing. You got to go back. You go to here. I don't know why I'm doing that. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, go here. I can't even do it. I don't think this is gonna end too well, but I mean, at least that gave me somewhere to go. Like, as if the guy's really gonna know exactly how to do this, and quite frankly... Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm not really too interested right now. I keep getting good positions, but I totally lose interest somewhere in the middle of the game. Which is sometimes a bad tendency of mine anyway, but... I don't get it. Like, oh, I would have won that, but I'm just hanging a rook anyway, so what the fuck does it matter? You take a pawn, take another pawn. Actually, not that bad of a spot to be in, all things considered. One of these is going to be problematic, though. That you can't actually do anything with it. Uh, you're going to lose one or the other no matter what, right? There's nothing you can do when it comes to that. So it'll be a push while you're attacking this. Then if I take, but it doesn't matter. So now you can't really do a whole lot with that. So let's just try to survive it. Man, I'm this is about as disinterested as I played in a long time. That's really what it is. Like, you're trying to force yourself to do more than what you would, like, you like it, but you don't like it that much. So you don't really want to do this. You just see how annoying and unfun it is. That's kind of the thing. So that doesn't necessarily matter, but now you're giving a pass pawn, but then you're giving me a pass pawn. If you take, I still take, so it doesn't matter. If you keep going, then I can try to take, I can try to promote, which is really hard to do against a rook because you can just keep the king out of it. Right, just stay in a place that, that's actually a really bad move because they would take, I can easily take. That just kind of restricts your rook's movement more. Right, like you're putting yourself on an island here. This is a pretty good Ouroboros kind of connection that I always talk about. If you take, I take is a draw. If not, I would love to see a 1650 player mate in this situation. I would love to see it. Like, it's just the most beautiful thing. Like, there's no way you should be able to do this. I'd be impressed with 3 minutes left on the clock in a rapid game. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Sometimes people struggle to do this, period. Like, just the rook and the king mate. I certainly struggle when I have low amounts of time. It's not that difficult, but it's a case where, yeah, that's the easy bait sort of thing that you're trying to go for. But all you got to do is, like, just keep it away from the king, and there's only so much you can do. Or, like, I don't know exactly what. Just keep it away. Just keep it away. It's fine. Like, you're not going to do anything. You can do nothing. You go ahead, you give a check, doesn't really matter. I guess having it behind is fine, but having it in front is a problem. Right, because then you get pinned. Well, nice game, dude. Yeah, he lost his confidence he'd be able to do it. Even though you theoretically could do it, it's just... the difference that the bishop makes is enough to probably stop the mate, generally speaking. But there might be still some way to do it. I certainly did not anticipate Asfella being snatched away right before our very eyes. We must do something about this. Yeah, don't let any more birds in the fucking thing. So I'd love to see this rook versus bishop endgame with king versus king. This show, you know what you can actually do, since the position is so almost irrelevant. What if we can I like change the position? Let me show this again. Let's do the exact squares. Let's do a5, a5, b5. Let me look at this. I'll invent my own thing. I'll make my own position. And what I'll do is run it in the analysis, right? And if that was a knight, we'll see whether that fucking is winning, is a draw or not. And I guarantee you, there it's a win for the rook because the knight is just dog shit. So it's going to be, what is it? A5 for the black rook. And then you have what is it? B5 for the white bishop. Then the king is there, and then the black king is there. And so you have get rid of the thing, put a knight there instead. Let's compare the analysis. Regardless of the fact that it's right in front of you, whatever. It's the same exact position. Right, they're +2. So now black is going to be winning. What? Okay, I guess I'm proven wrong there. That seems like you should be, though, because the knight really... That might be a little bit worse, but it's about the same self-pinning for immortality. Injin thinks it's Ding Liren over here. Really, I'm surprised by that. I know it would be difficult to do, right? But I would think you actually could win that. It would just take a super long sequence or something. That is so bizarre. So I guess the knight isn't as shitty as I say. I'll take it back. Just in a general sense, right? You would have a better chance, or people aren't going to know exactly what they're doing. Offer spill chess club. That's the one thing I want to do. Maybe I could do it in some way like Ray Enigma, but would they let me come in there with like a mask or something? Or like I would just show the board or something? Yeah, that's what I should do. I'd have like a pinhole, but then you'd know who I am. I want to do it like while hiding my identity. Like I'll go to over the board tournament events and just say fuck it, you know what I mean, and sort of make content out of it as I go. I like it in the sense of like a blind first playthrough of chess, and like see how an adult learner becomes a grandmaster every step of the way, like the Truman Show of chess, where you go through every step, every level. Bro would rather play EverQuest than fucking chess. Objectively more complicated, or adventure. Fuck, I keep saying EverQuest. Like so many games are more complicated than chess in a way that people would get offended by. Like it's one of the least complicated games possible, aside from the other usual suspects that people would name, like checkers or tic-tac-toe or something. So that claim by like Elon Musk and others, even though the way he said it was a little bit snarky, is fair. Like that's where you overestimate people, right? People are simple creatures too, and stupid, and they, if you obsess over a game like chess, yes, it'll be hard to figure out. That doesn't mean the game is so good. Shogi is more complicated. Chess 960 is more complicated. uh Chess with 10 by 10 board and fairy pieces is more complicated. Every real-time game in existence is more complicated. Everything is fucking more complicated. That doesn't mean that it's bad, or that you just overestimate yourself. It's kind of like a claim made with a religion. It's like, oh, the atheist is making a claim that there is no God, but they're really not making any claim at all, because what they're really doing is they're saying that they don't know. Like that's what people can't admit. So it's the same thing. Like human beings are just dumb. It's not that chess is complicated objectively compared to other games, anything in real time, etc., etc. In fact, in an ironic way, like physical athletic sports are much more complicated than chess. You might say, oh, but it relies on the physical element, which is true, but it's like it doesn't matter, because the reality is that the amount of strategy that goes into that second by second too, and the decision making, and what play are you going to run, and all this kind of stuff, that plays a tremendous role as well. So you might come to realize, oh, it's actually more complicated, because every second movement's happening, strategy is happening, decisions are being made, right? So there's a tremendous amount of strategy that way. And you also have so again, people just get a little too caught up. It doesn't mean it's not difficult, but what it actually means is that it's the kind of thing that you can... I don't like that because of the pawn thing. We've sort of fucked up their pawn, so um what it tells you is it's the kind of game that you can really dig into and master and almost try to solve at the human level. Whereas with other games, you wouldn't even dream of trying to do that, right? Like you can't solve a sport because there's too much physical stuff and the real-time element dynamic. You can't solve most real-time games, whether it be, oh, it's Counter-Strike or something, because there's too many decisions happening every second, and it comes down to other like real-time skills like reaction time and stuff like that. So you couldn't do that even if you wanted to. And so it's a case where you're kind of looking at it the opposite way. The reason why chess is so popular or taken so seriously isn't because it's so complicated. It's actually because it's not complicated, and so you know, it's able to be dedicated to fully and learned by human beings, as simple and as stupid as we are, right, within our limited intelligence. That for us it's a perfect match because it's just as simple and stupid as we are, or at least it creates that dynamic where you can try to consider that. And so I think that's a different it's a very different way to look at it, but it's actually accurate. And again, it's not to denigrate the game, it's just to say that don't mistake that for something else, right? Again, real-time games are always more complicated than chess. That's a subjective fact. Because again, every second, how many movements could happen? How many? Whereas chess, only every move. So we've had 17 seconds. In other words, where a movement can happen. Everything else is sort of simple, where it's set in stone. That just forces the trade and what is an aggressive sort of pawn structure clown behavior that they have going on. And so it's a simple fact where, see, I could get a pass pawn here by forcing the trade, but then I can't necessarily protect it. Or you know what? I kind of can, though. I kind of can, because then I can raise it. They would take. This is where the trading really benefits you. You can't even do that. So normally you'd say, okay, maybe I won't be able to protect it. Now, what are the chances that this wins you the game? Probably pretty low, because I don't know how to do it, right? That doesn't actually bother me that much. In fact, nothing bothers me now at the point that I take or take. Nothing bothers me because there's no queen on the board. So how much damage could they possibly actually do? So now you try to double stack this. You could give a check there anytime you want. And so it's a simple case where I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take. Okay, let's just switch over, give a check. This should be an easy win. I'm not even up a pawn apparently, but I have the pass pawn, so this becomes potentially good. Take something. It's too hard to figure out how to do these things naturally. Now you should be able to go here and then take this, depending on where exactly you go. It could be interesting to see because of the simple fact that no matter where you go, I should be able to push you out relatively easily. What you could also try to do is just turn this into the promotion path with respect to, just trying to start doing it. I think it's a bit of a mistake to do that because it's probably not going to work, but I could have also tried to create like a horizontal double stack, like there and there to attack this, but then that might have led to that. The best way to explain chess when you really know what you're talking about. They were gonna do this, so that's why I thought of doing that. But then they might have done the other thing, like because I don't know notation. So normally you'd say, "Oh, rook to G, whatever the fuck, G4." But no, you can look at how objectively simple it is on that level because of the simple fact of, I mean, let's go for it. Well, but would they be able to do it in time? I could play it sort of safe and just wait it out. Right, because of the simple fact of, one of those should be gone. How can you possibly deal with both? You go here. If I take, I shouldn't really take in that case. I'm terrorizing the pawns on this side. This one is adequately covered, but you can't move it. So for what that is worth, you're letting me take. You're letting me take, which I'm shocked by. Not that you could really prevent it, but now the whole thing falls apart because now how you can't cover it's over, dude. Even for a clown like me, even in a bad mood like I am now, it's done, bro. It's done. Look at that, dude. Now there's something with this that could be a little problematic, but I still don't really believe, like, you really think you can do something with that though? You really think? I don't know about it, dude. You can take, I mean, we just have so much freedom, but the one thing I want to do is always be able to protect my king. because that could be a little problematic, but I don't know exactly how to play this now. Right, it's such a good dominating sort of position to try to, you're gonna try to deliver me some kind of weird mate here, but I just don't know exactly what it is. I'm letting you take even there, just so I can try to do something with this. And so I don't know if I entirely like that. Because there's a weird line like, well, I won't even say it, just fucking do it. Yeah, you gotta watch all these. Again, you are winning, but it's a question of, I don't know, I'm getting a little bit annoyed. Like, I would take, they would take, I can't take, I could double stack. Come on, man. It should be like mathematically impossible for you to deal with this. Like, what is the problem? Okay, so you move the pawn down, then I just take. If you give another check, I just keep going back and forth. So like what? Even here, you could maybe force a draw because of how slow this is. Like, just keep doing it. Man, just fucking do whatever you want. These kind of positions are what I hate. Like, you get this like every game. You get this every fucking game, dude. You know, I don't understand. I just don't get it, but it's fine. Just do whatever you want. Be able to dictate their movement in a certain way to like hit that, but I don't know how. I don't know what this game is sometimes. Like, how are they able to do that in such a way that, go ahead, I don't care. Go ahead, man, take it. Fine, dude. I don't care. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get what I'm supposed to do. This is good, but then you'll still do it anyway. It doesn't matter if I. I genuinely, legitimately do not understand that. I don't even care now. It's fine. Take a draw. Like, I really. I just hate end games. I think even worse than openings, because at least the opening you get over with. This goes on and on. Like, fuck this, dude. I'm obviously better. I'm obviously winning. I don't care. You can take the draw if you want. The dumbest shit I've ever seen. Now the king is gonna be there. Like, I don't know. Like, is there something not unsatisfying about that? Like how, who wants to move like these low grade, low caliber pieces that are going to be, you know, oh, like we're moving the king back and forth. Is that really satisfying? Or you can have it, man. You can have it. I don't care. Like, I'm just not in the mood today. Go ahead, man. Like, I could have maybe played that out better, but Just remember that position for the rest of your life. Like, if that position is not decisively winning, this is why it's unintuitive. Like, it's obviously winning, but somehow it turns into that. I guess that is just my problem, that I don't really press the advantage enough. It seems incomprehensible that it wouldn't just be over, but no, you got to take what is a win and really just make it annoying as hell to do. And this is just go on forever. Like, I genuinely don't care anymore. It's just a waste of time. Like, I've done this in whatever muted sessions, like long periods of time. It's just like, if you're not interested, then why even bother playing? You know, if it's an ability thing, I can always acknowledge it, but this has nothing to do with anything. Like, if you're not interested, you're not trying, you're not playing to a certain, maximum potential that you have, which I maybe have never done that, but even just to a moderate level, like, it's just not what I want to do, I even think, but there's a certain level that I still wanted to get to. This is a drawn position, so let's see what exactly you should do even here. You are supposed to just keep letting him do this. Did I play that kind of correctly? So what exactly is it that you do now? You're supposed to give a whole bunch of checks. You definitely don't do that. Okay, I even thought, but I somehow didn't think this would actually happen. Like, now I thought, okay, maybe you would win, but I guess now I know. So don't trade the rooks, which isn't that hard to understand, but I don't know why I'm even doing this. Like, I got as far as I wanted to get. Like, it's just a waste of my time now. I don't care. Like, this is where you should just fucking study or something, which has, again, that's why I don't like it though, because I don't feel like I actually have to still. That's not really why this I'm having any problem. It's just like, I've already done this. I've already beaten these kind of opponents as much as I want. So it's like, it is getting completely boring for me. If I get to the point like, okay, I genuinely can't beat anybody, even where that sort of happens, it's because I'm getting flagged most of the time. Right, where you can do it. It's just that you'll run out of time before they do, which, again, how do you know chess is such a perfect game? Because when you have to take a turn-based game and turn it into a real-time experience, that's how you know it's so perfect, right? You're trying to subvert the... This one's pretty good, too. I was losing my mind playing fucking Professor Layton over here, trying to make it instructive so you'll see. It's like me trying to point out real objections and make it instructive in a real-life sense. I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on stream. Like, it'll be as the analysis struggles to work. Um, no, but probably all these that I've lost almost feels like I'm losing on purpose, because I'm even saying, well, you probably shouldn't do that, but then I just do it anyway. Like, I have these little things I was writing on the touchscreen. Real objections, or like relevance, asked and answered facts, not in evidence. Um, Argumentative, leading. There's a whole bunch of others, but just from a real world context, which most of those they don't really use in the Phoenix Wright series. The main one they use is probably relevance. They never really say asked and answered exactly like that. They do a lot of things actually that are argumentative and sort of just get away with them. Oh no, no, dude, don't fucking sabotage me with the fucking peace out right now. Not now. Fuck. And then it's gonna be slow. Alright, fine. So let me try a couple more. We won on a 3-game streak with that one, at least. Like, we won one, true one, and then lost one. But no, just the way games are decided in chess has got to be one of the most unsatisfying things ever. Right, it's not... And that might be true even at every level. It just feels sort of so much of an in-between affair where everything can be prevented, or, just within a matter of time. Within reason, obviously. Much better players will subvert that, but... that's kind of a fallacy too. Well, if you play somebody who's like 500 rating higher than you, they're gonna destroy you. But like, yeah, but that's like saying in anything. If you play somebody who's vastly better than you, of course there's gonna be this disparity. But with an evenly ranked opponents, evenly matched opponents, it shouldn't be that much of a feeling that this is the case because of the simple fact that you it should be a little bit different. You can take that if you want, otherwise just sit there. Don't really care. If you go to here, they would take, I would take, they would not even be able to take. The problem is that like it gives them the impetus to close off the dark square, or I'm sorry, the light square diagonal in such a way that I don't know. Like I always get confused with this. Like, should I leave it there? Should I wait? Should I? Because then this will get closed off, and then I'll genuinely be unsure the rest of the game what to do with it. It's almost like I should do it the other way, where I go like this, then I'm hitting a double attack, and then I'm also able to do this one, take. They'll take, so I have to do something more. I don't know who this person is, but their emotes were even worse than the ones I had, like the stupid ass, some sort of blunderful type shit. Okay, this is cute, but we'll go here. I would take, they would take, I would still take. They take now, they try to go here. Now the trick is don't take, but we're not really adequately covered there. They go in, then I would take, then they would just take. So I don't fully understand that. Like we got to go here then. Now they would take, I would still take. Okay, dude. Okay. Another one of these clownishly aggressive type of games. They would take, I would take. They would go here. Now that diagonal doesn't even matter as much. So I would like to bring almost the rook there, but I can't do it because, or I could raise it and just figure something else out. Like, look at him being a full clown mode, though. Full clown mode, like, oh, you queenside castle and you're pushing the kingside pawns. Like, what is the style of play, man? What do you think you're doing in the game? I don't get it. It's objectively not good, I can tell you that much. Right, even if I can't always deal with that myself. I go here, he would take. If you raise, I take. I'm covered by the rook too, actually, so that could create an open file. I'm not very good at pushing the pawns on the queen side myself. Like, I should take advantage and try to be aggressive, but or that's something you never see, where both people queenside castle in the same game. But you know what you also never see is somebody queenside castling, period, at any moderate level of play. That just doesn't happen in the game of chess ever, right? And if I lose the games where, oh, you're meant to, I would rather assume that, okay, I'll never do it than to, like, I'll never queenside castle. And if I lose 5% of my games because you're meant to there, then I'm fine with it because it's just not good. Instead of trying to do it in all sorts of other games and guessing wrong. And, he goes into there, which doesn't really bother me at all. And then you have to consider the fact that you can do this. Oh, I fucked up. Okay, dude. Alright. Now that shouldn't necessarily determine the outcome of the game. You could do that to try to open the king if you really felt like that's worth it, but I don't think that it is. You just got to remember this knight is on pins and needles here. You could try to go here, but then they'll do something else stupid. Like, why not just push all the way? Then push the other pawns too. Fuck it. I don't care. Now, you already know what his moves are going to be, basically. right? Everything at this stage becomes so clear. You go here, I go there, and then at that point, you gotta find an opening, but I don't know exactly how to do it. Take. The rook being here is actually quite good. So now, if you take, I take, we're also still covering the queen itself, or I mean with the queen. And so now you get to try and sort of change the threat a little bit with how we can. Okay, I'm done. You should definitely not trade pieces when you are, you know, when you're down by a certain amount. Take, I take again. It's perfectly fine. You should try to do some crazy gambit to try to win here, but it's just very unlikely to happen. But they're also, it's possible for them, more likely maybe for them to make mistakes when they're in a position to, when they have such a big lead, they get a little complacent. You could always raise that if they really fuck up the knight cover there. You go here, you can do whatever you want. I can't do anything there. Even if you got like a royal fork or something, you're still in trouble because you would take, but then uh, they 80,000 games. Okay, dude. You would take, but you would actually, I don't know. No, let's be that guy who actually plays out the game all the way because, yeah, that was a fairly obvious thing. But I guess what I can do is like this, even though you could still sort of sneak in there then as a result. And so what I can do is you can try to do like this, which is not really a huge deal. Right, that's certainly not going to win you the game or do much of anything. You can still do it, but you can't. Maybe they'll be so cocky that they trade down the queen. Hmm. Get a nasty octopus knight. That's supposed to be worth 8 points, so then it's not that much of a disadvantage after all, I guess. So now you have, you can try to take there, but you actually can't even take there. Now it becomes a question of whatever you can do with the rooks themselves. I mean, I've already shown what I wanted to show, so I'm satisfied. I don't care about this point. Like, give me a month off from work. Give me fucking whatever. Like, I don't care. The lack of respect that people have for time with chess is just laughable. Like, you know, people who would treat it like a career are gonna compare themselves to people who treat it like a game or something. Even I, for the amount that I played, would say that. Like, I've treated it way more seriously than most people, even though I arguably haven't in some ways. Certainly not wanting to study and stuff, but I won't even say that. Like, the amount that I played is the only reason why I'd be even slightly better than somebody or whatever. Even if I had made more progress, that would be the only reason why. So that's a very different element than trying to, I don't know, distract them from the mate with that. Should I keep going because I'm not really enjoying this? I recovered pretty well in that one muted session, the 1 week. Like, I haven't been back on here for that long. So imagine the swings that I've had. I went from 17, and no, I didn't really have a provisional boost or whatever, even though I hadn't played in a while. They didn't give me one for some reason. I went from 17, like 20 something, to 1630, back to 1720, back to 1630. Now we could go back to 17 thing again, 17 whatever. So, I mean, look, man, if you're not interested, if you're not enjoying it, why are you forcing yourself to do it? And I can't answer that. It is like the ultimate sunk cost fallacy. Just because I've already wasted so much time already doing it, right? That really is the only thing. It's just so fucking boring at this point. Ellen's emotes, who I don't even know who she is exactly. This one looks similar to one that I was just using, but taking a while to load in, which you may or may not realize uh, means that some of the pieces just don't show up at all. What's funny is I might have, played at a similar level always in the past, but like now it makes it look worse because oh look, sort of, because oh look how much time I put in, and then but I like how I've done that. I've sort of shown the sort of little absolute tendency in me, like I'll self-actualize a certain technique, like what I've said, called the pink flamingo thing or whatever, the trading. It doesn't matter whether that's good or not at a moderate or high level. It just matters that like I've done that as a natural instinct and reaction to the game by simply playing. So that validates it in itself that it's been able to get me at least this far, regardless of anything else. So I've sort of adapted it in a way that is the best way to call it is reductive because you're reducing the need for calculation. You're reducing the pieces on the board. You're reducing everything. So it's good because it works. And even if you think, oh, people don't play into it, it doesn't matter because there's going to be opportunities to play like that anyway. There's going to be times where that's good anyway. This is going to be 1630, 1624. I mean, a lot of the opponents we're playing are similar. Some of the last two weren't because they're lower than what we typically see once we're at 17. But, 1650s and stuff are still very much the same sort of competition. You go here and then you get to, you take. This would be an easy take, but you actually can't even do it because you would. That's why losing the openings and stuff is so frustrating. At a lower level than this, because maybe now you're at the point where you won't, but even to some extent you might. It's like that's not really that. Oh, haha, they're better. It's just that oh, they've studied this opening for X amount of time, and so it feels like oh, anybody could do that, but you just don't really want to. Okay, that's kind of a waste of time. Just go here. To move this one, nothing's pinned or under threat in any meaningful way. And so you can go here, there's too many takes though. So this becomes a problem where like I don't know how to use the light square bishop itself because of the simple fact that I would take, there's too many things on there. Or yeah, even like calculation is very deceptive with the way that people treat it or talk about it but that's almost a good thing because you can always do, anybody can do that at any level. Like what's stopping you? The only thing you get better at is, well, it informs your calculation better. Like you know what to look for more as you get to higher levels, but in and of itself, right, there's nothing really limiting you from doing that at a really high level from the beginning, right? Like you can think as deeply as you want about any position. Only thing restricting you, I guess, is time. to the extent that you have, obviously, I don't really know what this pawn structure is going to be, so I'm not entirely happy with it. Right, like, I don't know if I vouch for that. Did he really think of like, oh, if that pawn moved, then I could do that, and then I could take? But it wouldn't even matter. It's more just to make sure that the rook isn't under threat there. They would take. I would take. They could take that. What? Don't you like how I see it immediately after I do it too? Like, isn't that the greatest thing in the world? Doesn't that just show you that you're really trying and putting forth maximum effort? At least I got the trades that I always ask for, but I don't know. I'm so confused by how I'm doing this right now. I'm playing too fast. I'm just not trying. Whatever. I did what I wanted to do. I got whatever. I'd gotten to 17, then I got back to 17. So whatever. We were taking a break from it anyway, so I just wanted to maybe get back there again. But then the thing is, like, you shouldn't play so much then, I guess. But then what else am I going to do? Because. Okay, I'm done, man. You'd be better off making a fucking new account and just winning a few. Well, but then it doesn't feel as authentic. But it's like you have, you get like a provisional boost and everything like that. I'm surprised it didn't make me provisional because I hadn't played on here in like 2 months, and then all of a sudden you get the actual. It was still like my ratings being treated like I just played on there last week. If you don't play for a while, it normally you lose like your what's it called? Like the rating quality or whatever they call it. So it's like I don't know. This is almost damn near fucking trapped if you think about it. With respect to there's almost nowhere you can go. If the pawns were if the pawns were good. So you can play around the light square bishop itself, or I mean the dark square bishop itself, to the extent that you know should have just played Adventure Quest instead. At least I said it right this time. But the knight is simply too dynamic of a piece in this kind of scenario. I mean, even if it was the king just versus the bishop, you could still do it because I can't deal with all this shit at once. Even if I just trap the knight, that in itself would be satisfying. Which you have almost done. Yeah, mate me with the bishop and knight. Do it, do it. I would take, they would take, I would still take. They would take, I would take. Somehow we're gonna promote a pass pawn, or at least force him to, or he'd end up moving too fast and then fuck up. Yeah, now look at this shitty knight. You're gonna enable a promotion somehow. Hmm. Problem is you get these stalemate-esque positions, but then you don't always get it like you have too many things still to move. So at least now it's very close. Very, very close. You shouldn't even move the knight at all, quite frankly. Right, that's just only gonna get you in trouble. Come on, do it just once for me. Do it. Just one time. Just do it. God damn, like that always shows you these players are good, that they never stalemate, even though that doesn't show anything, but it definitely doesn't happen here. Mm. Why is it taking so long even then? Either stalemate or fucking don't. Move the knight and fucking do the mate, or I thought that almost was stalemate, fuck. If they had moved in like closer with the queen, basically it would be. Yeah, moving closer with the king now and you're all good, dude. Okay, okay, dude. That pawn would actually have increased the likelihood by a lot. You can never tell if they're doing some cheeky sort of BM thing. I don't see what you really get out of it. You're just wasting your own time. But, or you could say like, oh, I'm doing something BM by just not resigning. But I mean, go ahead and practice your endgame, or at least let it be, let it just play out and be proper. Or again, when I'm actually playing for, if it is a stalemate, that saves me a certain amount of time and everything. The only difference really is effort, and it's not even like, oh, whether I'm really calculating. Like half the time here, I'm just not even interested. It's getting very, very irritating. We've had a lot of good positions in some of these, right? So it shows you that, I don't know, like, okay, I'll indulge it a little more, but this is pretty much it. This will be one of the last days that I do this. That's why I wanted to try to make up some ground, but it's fine. There is no real failure state for this kind of format. I did it more so for classical. In fact, that's almost what I should do, and then I'll be more than certain to lose the one classical game that we can play. And then when I do that, I have to delete my account on here, which I wouldn't even mind doing at this point. Although I don't know where else I'd play then after that. It almost feels deserved. Okay, Ericsson, go down here. Everyone gets a patron wing, which I don't really want that. Oh yeah, this one's pretty cool. Falcon and the board. Okay, let's go again. Yeah, this is the perfect way to describe like doing it just for the sake of doing it. Like you're not really, almost like how most people live their normal lives or do their jobs, or you're just doing it. You're not really interested, you're not really engaged, you're not really thinking, you're not really trying, which is again hardly an excuse. Like that's just, that's your fault. It's a fault that you would do something like that. If it's a bishop, we obviously like to take. If it's a knight, I can maybe think about it. And so now you have, sometimes maybe I play better without the bishop pair idea. You just commit to one and you get the V-shaped structure that tends to work so well for me here. You go here, and then you got to figure out something else. Go to here, take. They're being a little bit slow to castle. Right, so you got... You do like this, just as too easy of an opportunity to give me. So now the V-shaped dream is dead, I guess, but we're going to be very tempted to do that. We don't even really win anything as a result. but it seems like he just messes up his pawns a little bit. I mean, you gotta be kidding me that something as innocuous as that turns into like, oh, my knight's gonna be actually trapped or something, but we can just take right back. They would take, I would take, and you're hitting this, which is unfortunate. Or no, wait. I guess we both missed it. I had no notion that was actually happening. But this is how most games should go. Just kind of, do it until somebody makes a mistake and who gives a shit. Or like don't even think adequately to the point where the mistake happens. Just like do it in a base sense. So here you at least have no choice but to take, or at least let me take. You should have let me take, I guess. Yeah, those kind of wins are the ones that we need in abundance, but they come once in a while. So, and I'm providing them for everyone else. So we're getting, the ebb and flow of that. Karmic justice. If you give people free wins, you should get some back yourself. Yeah, let's just try to play a little bit solid. I don't have to play at the high max level that I was doing before, which maybe wasn't that great, but it was there's at least something to it, right? That's not a fluke if you just that's at least all I could say. You're clearly doing something with a certain deliberate intent, and whether it be just effort or whatever the reason, it is very clear. So that shows you anybody can do it to a degree. I mean, it took me a little longer, maybe a lot longer than I would have liked, but they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, so it's perfectly fine. If they don't do it, then I'd be inclined to actually do that. And so you take back, it didn't actually do anything for you, right? But sometimes the pin can be very annoying and very damaging indeed. In fact, we are still pinned after all this time. So, and that's the thing, it's going to be like that forever. If I don't want to make this move, that's just a liability for the rest of my life. Right? There's nothing you can do. It might be worth it to sack. It might be, whatever you want. It might be worth it, man. And wow, and even then the pin doesn't stop, bro. All because, oh, you should have studied openings better. You should just, do the thing I always do, the little pawn stagger to try to stop it. But even by doing that, you still don't escape that. Like, sure, he sacrificed material, but he's not being aggressive enough to really punish me for it. And so, bro. Look at what you have to do just because you let that get pinned. Like, look at it. Are you fucking serious? Ooh. They're going into there, which doesn't have any impact at all. We finally escaped the greatest treachery of this game. Oh wait, it's nothing to do with my opponent. It's to do with my own piece that's trying to sabotage me in the game. So here you could hit that, but it doesn't really do anything. You go here, you go there. So what you can do is try to do this again, basically. I could have taken there, I guess, if he left it. So now you can do you can watch that square. So okay, now that gives me a good opening to bring this guy in here. Or even try to do it with the queen itself. You go to here, you bring a bishop, you take. Okay, now we're going to be sort of a little relentless. But no, that's all I have to add to my game is a little aggression and, clarity with that. Because I always get these leads in good positions, and then I can't finish them off. Or even to the point that I could, I'm too slow So then I end up flagging and losing on time when I should have otherwise finished it off. So they were way too passive, like with the queen, in a way that didn't benefit them. You have no choice but to let the trade happen. Now you have the light square bishop onto there as well, which is an odd choice to allow me to do that. You could check, take. Just got to be a little more careful in these exact situations because of the simple fact that I actually don't feel that threatened by it though somehow. Because yes, you'll do it, but then what is the follow-up play? I don't see it. You go here, I could double take. You go here, I could take. You can't give a check with the queen. You could go to there, I guess, and just try to do the trade, which you actually can't. So if you go to here, wait. Oh no, he wasn't there in the first place. You might be actually kind of fucked. There might be nothing, or that kind of works. Got to be some way to still punish it though. Like, how can you not get something better? But I'm too lazy to even try to find that out. You'll go here. You'll try to trade this. Yeah, I'm still happy with the position given that, but I don't know whether I don't know whether that's something I should really want. I'm actually up a pawn apparently, or no, I'm not up a pawn, but I'm up like something. I'm up effectively part of a piece, and they have a couple pawns as restitution for it. Now watch them play this god level endgame real quick, because they're just gonna do that, right? Like it's no big deal. Like watch a 1638 actually play this correctly. Just watch it happen. With the 6-7 minutes they have left, couldn't blame them, but for at least trying to do that. Like the king can just not move, and then that's fine. And so you got to pick apart the stuff here. That's the greatest strength that a piece really gives you in the end game. It's not actually the usefulness of the piece and how valuable it is over them not having one. It's the fact that it gives you the ability to sort of move back and forth in such a way that is very, very good with respect to you can like let me see. You go here. I would take back if you go there. Yeah, at some point you're just gonna have to move something, or at the very least you're gonna have to move the king basically back and forth, back and forth. So now your king is kind of committed to there. My bishop can come back to cover that. So you're covering everything. You come here, I can simply take. There's nothing you can really do with that. I would take. You can't take. If you raise, I take. This is the thing. You're just running out of moves that you can potentially make. So the king is a little fucked here. The pawns are all kind of fucked here. You do this, it's still adequately covered to the point that maybe I shouldn't have done it like that, but you have such a comfort. There's nothing you can do. Or maybe, maybe you could have tried to push that X, right? Maybe you didn't have to do that. No, but where could you go? I guess you could have gone, I don't know. Just don't give him a stupid ass stalemate. Try to do it with this one. You can't go there. We'll go here. We'll eat these up. Okay, he gets the point, even though there's no guarantee I would have actually been able to do that. Right, given my general clown behavior. Mate in 17, though. I'm surprised it even takes that long. Making the bishop actually look bad there a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. Pretty clean. Like, I don't know. I just love the time commitment of this. Like, look at what you would have to do. That's the only accomplishment. Like, imagine playing chess that much. Although the one thing that sort of is a little comforting there is like, oh, look at how the average person you play has played more than you, which this guy is not actually in that camp, but still, I'm sure between other, yeah, whatever, other sites and stuff. Although it doesn't feel that bad in Bullet because of the fact that it's obviously a lot shorter game. So even I have like a few more than you would think played, just because even though I don't even play it and I don't even care, right? They just go by so quickly that it feels like that. Right, whereas in classical, it's obviously the okay, dude, okay. Go ahead, man. Beat me like this if you want. I don't care. What you do now is sometimes just create a claustrophobic aura around the particular. You could have actually probably just done that, or you could still do it. Or no, you. Whoops. I mean, I may as well play bullet or something like that. I'm playing like that anyway. All right, give me a threefold repetition here. Why not? Go here. You'll mate my dumbass. You can't really even move anything like that at all. Right, you have to be able to go there. You can try to take this. Everything is covered besides that. Take. You don't want to take. Go here. Fine. You can't take the bishop. You can take that. Like, let's just hope that they blunder their queen at some point. But even if they do, it's still going to be problematic. Yeah, look at the amount of time I have in some of these games, and that tells you right there what you should be expecting. What? Well, there's still +8, but how? Or they make like it's still a god level move where I'm gonna lose one or the other of these. How are they even +8 at that point? Now they're +13, like fucking. Alright. Yeah, when you see how fast somebody is playing like this, it is very noteworthy indeed. Not them, like me. Like, why am I not that? That is weird though. Like, oh, they can do that and it's no big deal. But for me, it hurts my level of play. But it doesn't matter because why would I? That's my one thing that if I'm actually putting forth effort and time, then I do much better. Which you would think, oh, that's common sense or that applies to everybody, but it doesn't always seem to do that. Okay, let's just watch it go. That's fine, dude. That's fine. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I'll do a short little session of chess here, but this month I'm going to be playing a lot less chess than normal. Normally I do it whenever I have a chance. Actually, that should be lit up because I'm on the site doing it. Oh, now it is. Um, it's the case where this month I'm going to do my PvZ challenge, so I have to play PvZ heroes almost every day just to try to get to rank 50 for the finale of that series. So normally what I do is whenever I have extra time, aside from what I'm normally doing as part of my schedule, right, like every day I have like one category I normally do, then I'll fit in chess if I have extra time. Now I have to sacrifice that and say, instead of chess, it'll be PvZ Heroes, a fucking casual mobile card game, but the point objectively more complicated than chess in certain ways. Even that, I mean, almost every game in existence, but people somehow have that hang up about admitting that. But no, it's like, so now we're gonna have to treat chess the way we normally treat other categories because of chess, where we sort of, are playing chess so much and missing out on other things because of that. Now we're doing the opposite, where we're going to miss out on chess because of other things that we're doing. So we'll just try to play a little bit here. I won't have too much time. And of course, it creates a good opportunity to rehash a take that I said before, even Dingler in one, right, the first time, where, I had said he's a choke artist, and then he happens to win despite choking like in game 7. And so what happens is that I was correct about that. What is this? Hashtag. And one of these sets we actually skipped, I think, the anal beads one, because I feel like it might be TOS-ish or something. This one's very hard to keep track of because the pieces are different on each side, too. I hate that, on top of it just being sort of weird and random. But no, what we have is Ding versus Gukesh, obviously. So I've said that Ding will definitely lose this matchup. And I've been saying it from early on, and people kind of, when I said it originally, people are disagreeing or getting mad or whatever, talking shit about the take. But then it's like, oh, it turns out to be true that he did choke, like I said. And then even though he still won, which is kind of weird, but that whole choking mentality that is his persona, it's not like, oh, it just suddenly happened. He always had certain, a certain tendency to do that. Just him being under the spotlight more makes it worse or makes it seem worse. And so, yeah, I definitely think that he will lose, and it will be pretty. He won't lose badly, but he'll still lose, like. And it's just a very different circumstance. I mean, you got to be disappointed in Fabiano because of the simple fact that, he's the third highest rated player ever. He's supposed to be that guy that in a world without Magnus, either him or Nepo, people always think of as being the best, or even Hikaru if he wasn't distracted by streaming, which people try to defend that, but nobody who takes chess seriously streams it, of course, wink wink. But I mean, I never use that as an excuse, but clearly if you were trying to be serious, you wouldn't do it like that. So I have no idea what piece is even what. We're just going by, this is almost like playing blindfold. Like, I kind of get it, but yeah, I can't do that. I always go for that temptation. But no, this month is going to be taking it lightly. I'm a little annoyed at how much I lost in terms of rating, and the reason why is because it's the fact that I was at like 1727, and that was moving in the right direction, and now I'm screwed because I fell back. Like I did it once, right? I fell from 1720 to 1630, then I came back to 1720, right? And now I fell back to 1620 again. So it's not any provisional boost or anything, right? It's very much on the nose as far as like it was just a normal thing. And that's my queen. And so I don't know exactly what we're trying to do with this. Just there's like no other follow-up play that you have going on, so you could just pretty much move it wherever you want. If you do it here, I mean, it's going to be annoying, like to the extent that you don't really want to do it, right? Like, why even keep the queen here? It's just going to fuck up and cause me to get trapped, but I'll do it anyway. Because they're not really doing anything. That's the thing. They can come here, but then I can just take. And I love this sort of implication of sniping too. It's like an absolutist philosophy that I have. They can snipe me as much as they want, and anything I'm saying shouldn't help them anyway, because it doesn't matter. Like, anything I can see, they should be able to see too, so it should take something more than that. But at some point, that's where the game starts to become a little bit redundant because of the fact that you have the simple ability to basically see that if you had enough time, then anybody is going to see pretty much the same thing that you would normally see. So the problem is you go here and then it creates maybe too much on there. Like they would take, I would take. Yeah, that's actually bad because that move is too strong. Um, right. If you go here, then you can double attack it. So you want to do it at least in such a way that the stupid ass knight can't attack it. So again, this is like one of my signature trademark positions that everything just feels so well. Actually, I wasn't expecting that to happen. Everything feels like very oh shit. Everything feels very sort of comfortable and just basic, right? There's nothing wrong with this position. It's just now something happens where you get sort of restless, or it almost seems like a lot of the time I'm just fucking up an end game because I'm always either winning or it's a draw, and then I either try to do too much or I don't have the patience really to look through it. Like I do have this thing where like I dictate. Well, that's the same thing though. Fucking, I sort of dictate the pace of the game a little bit when it comes to like the style of the game is just very controllable right now. It's not like anything out of control. They're not attacking me crazy. They're not getting any initiative. I'm not trying to be overly aggressive. Now here it doesn't work quite the same way, and the reason why is because of the simple fact that you could unleash the thing, but unleash it into what is the question, and the answer is there isn't really a great unleash. This won't be covered, but it doesn't matter because it just doesn't matter. Unfortunately, the Dark Square Bishop is kind of annoying too, though, because we can't really do anything with that, right? That was the whole point, was to try to open that. You got like fucking Illuminati symbols and shit out here. So those are obviously the rooks. It also helps with the piece set when you aren't too familiar with whatever the fuck I'm looking at. It turns into the ability to the less material you have, the easier it is to keep track of it, kind of. If you go here, you can keep going back and forth with that, and it's very annoying. And so I could try to double stack, I guess. Other than that, there's not too much going on with this position, really. So trades are typically to my liking, so I won't really worry about that too much, but perhaps I was in a better, more aggressive sort of position if I just had the patience or know how to actually do it, basically. But again, I feel relatively comfortable in this kind of spot where there's nothing really that they can do. I don't know that the bishop is really better here than the knight, though. Right? It very well might not be. And so you're not going to be able to do anything with that, or maybe you are meant to do something weird like that, but here's where you almost get to just do like a crazy pawn push off the side, like just go for it that way. I mean, you could just do this, and then are you confident that the bishop will be better than the knight? But the answer is that it's actually probably not at all. But then again, the knight is just so shitty that I don't know. You really got to just rely on the king here in some way, even for them. But see, I just can't really do anything. So you got to come up. This is the same thing I was just saying. Like you got to have some end game mastery. I wouldn't even say that I'm winning here, but I don't know like what you'd be doing with this. It should be a draw no matter what you do, but just got to think about like how you can constrict the knight's movement, like if you can stop it from moving at all or anywhere forward like this. See, that's a bad move because it lets that come in. If you go here, you can't really go anywhere, right? You can't go there. You could try to do this, and then I take, you take, so I let you take, you can't take. This part of the game can just be very boring, and what sort of happens is you end up losing sometimes just to the sheer repetition of moves, like the fact that you feel like you have to. What you got to try to do is get behind his pieces. They are all kind of on dark squares to whatever extent that would be relevant to say that, you know, that they would take, I would take back. If I take now, the king sort of comes in. If you go there, so that's the main thing you're trying to stop, I suppose, is you're trying to stop the king from going forward there. So you need this pawn. This arguably at least allows me to come behind his come behind his pawns. Let's see. You can go like this. At least if you trade for that, then whatever concern you might have had there is gone. But it becomes a case where you really can't move that very freely. And that should have almost opened up the ability to take something here. I'm not 100%. All right. All right. I mean, you maybe could still even draw it, but yeah, I mean that's like a typical game right there. Like there really is like a losing interest meter in the game. Either it's because you're worried about time, which I really shouldn't be too worried here, or it's just like really, it's nothing that's instructive at all. And he's still gonna struggle somehow to do this. Like, you really want to take a draw under that circumstance or what? And the best you could try to hope for is a stalemate or something here, which the knight is utterly useless in this kind of thing still. Like, even once you get the queen, you just ignore the fucking knight. Yeah, that's too bad, though. Like, I've just sort of lost interest in this anyway, so it's a good thing that I'm maybe not playing, but I was doing well for a while there. In fact, I showed that I was doing it like it wasn't a fluke either, because I was able to do it twice. Right, sort of get to a rating that I hadn't been to before. You can kind of bully this shit around a bit. And now you won't be able to cover that, so at least that's something. Let the knight defeat itself. And you can borderline trap it with just the fucking king alone. If you can just try to get one of these through, you'd be in an excellent position to this is also once again where the knight becomes dumb, because it's like, oh my god, where it wouldn't almost really be able to sack. I guess now it will be able to, but even just as I was saying that, I don't know what the fuck this set is. Like, it's some Twitch emotes or something that are of course different on either side too. Like, I mean, hey, you can savor this win. I mean, it's not the kind of game that you'd really have any chance to win, but I swear there is a boredom factor to it. I get bored, and you might think, oh, that means you think you're too good or something that you wouldn't lose, but it's just how chess is. Like, it really is just a boring game. And I gave it that fair shake. Like, I have a certain interest in it. I like certain things about it. But there are certain things that are just objectively boring. That time plays a disproportionate, inordinate impact where, like, if you have enough time, that's all that matters. Like, so it shouldn't especially at the low level, especially when you're learning. That shouldn't be the defining factor. Just that, oh, you could have played really well, but oh no, you just ran out of time, which isn't what happened there at all. But that's number one. Or number two is just, well, obviously borrowed knowledge and openings and stuff. But the point is also just the sheer number of draws sort of indicates something very stale about the game. So it was very drawish all the way through. Even that doesn't really matter for anything. And so what you have is, we go ahead, we switch the art. I kind of gave up on even trying to keep up with watching these things. I was trying to watch the clips that go along with each of these little thumbnails that I'm using every time I lose or something, but whatever, I don't have time, or it's a pain to always download them because it takes forever. Like it'll be like a 4-hour fucking episode of something, and I just want to sort of skim through it and just give it like a fair shake to kind of, I don't know, it's like sort of reacting to my own shit. The only kind of React content that I feel comfortable doing, is then otherwise it feels like you're just, well, doesn't feel like it, you are stealing somebody else's content, which people do all the time. Just watch MasterChef on fucking stream like XQC. But no, that one was like something to do with the old Iron King, like a deer in the headlights type of moment, or that might have been a previous one. This one is a good prediction that I made, like somewhere in Dark Souls 1, probably I said, oh, like how there's mimic chests, like they take that right out of Castlevania or something like that. It's a case where I predicted, oh, there's going to be a mimic bonfire at some point too, where you think it's a bonfire, but then it tries to burn you or blow you up. So that's kind of what this moment was. So it's like when you predicted a mimic bonfire, but you got more than you bargained for, basically. We did that one. Did I even change the board? I don't even know. I feel like I didn't. So what you have is a simple ability to we'll go with this. So this is the Mimic Bonfire one, HD with chess pieces. But no, it's amazing how you can realize that even so early on, right? The little, look how tiny and shrunk down out of proportion those seem. It's the fact that you can kind of see the nature of the game. So I hate when people talk around that. Like, of course, oh, when the best players play the best players, it might be a draw more often, something like that. But it doesn't matter because, first of all, you assume that. So in any game, so like, there's always going to be a top level of play. That doesn't excuse it being a number of draws. That is true with a lot of other board games and turn-based games and things like that, no question about it. But that would be seen as a flaw of the game, right? That the best players in the world don't win for their efforts, but they draw for their efforts, right? It makes it feel sort of unsatisfying, the sheer number of draws. Like imagine going to a sporting event and seeing that, and it's very unsatisfying. So why would you want to do it? But you know, it can't be helped, but it's just the way it works, and it's not necessarily a good thing. Like I'd rather you be objective about it, that, you know, it is a flaw. That's just how the game works. That's why people come up with, you know, chess 960 and fairy chess, right? And so it's understandable. It's not perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect. But people have this cognitive dissonance that if they say, oh, well, if it has a flaw, then why would I do it? You got to act like, oh, it's all perfect. It's the perfect game, etc., etc. You have this one here. Let's see what we got. This is one of those moments where you'd almost like to fork these two together in terms of, you know, guaranteeing a trade. But I don't know exactly how to do that. And then we have you could I don't know, and those are some of the best lessons at a low level that are actually kind of bad, is like you have to play it also in a way that's sort of boring. Like, don't try to attack, don't try to do too much once you know exactly what you're doing, or don't, you know, play in like this very limited minimalistic way that actually works pretty well for me. But it's like, hey Nightmare, how you been? The Ballad of Gay Tony. Yeah, if I ever finish I'm not even like almost doing the one I'm doing now, but yeah, that could be fun. I've never played that one. Or I can't remember if I did a permadeath run even of the Lost and the Damned. I did play that though. That was like one of the 2 DLCs for GTA 4. Um, which of course GTA 5 we were robbed of even having one, any of the DLC at all. You know, you could almost do this to the extent that like think about what it would make him do. Because you can't just ignore it. This is one of those weird ballsy type of moves, even though I'm talking about, oh, you should play defensively and not try to attack at a low level, etc. Right, there's one move that almost he has to do, and it's kind of comical. Or no, there's a couple things you could do, but it's just very awkward, right? That you would have to. And it could lead to something bad with respect to this, but it's kind of like there's too many things to block with and stuff. Yeah, I don't know when the hell that would even be. Or I thought the one that had already won was the 1,000-Year Door had like more votes. I have to find my thing. Yeah, that might even be a pointless vote. It's just been so long that I've almost fucking forgotten about that shit. So you have here, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. You can already tell here that I'm trying to do a bit too much. Like, you don't need to be playing like that. Or in fact, I already kind of, man, what am I doing? Well, you would presumably have to address that. And then I thought, oh, I'd get the fork as a result. But I mean, whatever, dude. Or that wasn't what I was expecting at all. That was objectively the wrong thing to do that. Because even if you avoid the fork, you could have just taken the fucking knight. Unless there was some other reasoning behind that, but I don't know what it is. So they definitely let me off the hook there. There is like this bad habit too of like playing down to your competition. Like, you know, you could play better, and for stretches I do play better sometimes, but then, you know, you don't have to play as well. And you know, that is one thing I respect about the whole calculation aspect of the game, is that there's no limit to what you can do with it. Like, you can sit there as long as you want, and then it just comes down to time. Like, so to put forward that level of effort still, you know, to the extent that you can, is very, it is very impressive. So the Darkspear Bishop is kind of fucked. Right, it's that extra effort, going the extra mile with it, above and beyond, that many people don't do. Like, I just show that consistently that I just don't want to do it, right? Or I feel like I don't have to do it, which sometimes that's actually true, but again, that just means you're always playing down to a certain level. If I really play my best possible game, which is not really an excuse or a good thing to say, because you should be always doing that, but you know, that is much higher, so everybody can think about it like that. If you really calculate your best effort, you're always going to do better, but it's just like it feels either redundant, unnecessary, just too irritating. That's the level I kept saying that I want to get to. Like, let me get to the point where I can. Then I feel like I have to do that, or then I feel like I have to study, but I never still have really gotten to that point. But no, just to look at how time consuming this whole experience has been. Like, no matter what you do with it, it always feels like, you know, oh, the only reason why anybody's at the rating or gets as far as they do is only because of the amount of time they put in. So even the amount that I played seems like a lot more than what it is, because because I do it on stream or whatever, it seems more conspicuous, and it is a lot, and I am embarrassed by it even. But anybody who's good at the game, 2,000 plus or whatever, they're gonna easily have played more than me. So it's almost a moot point where, you know, there is going to be a sense that it's very, very clear that everybody's played an insane amount of time, so then it starts to diminish it a little bit. Not that you can't still value it, but that you can't separate that. So then you realize, oh, look how good this person is. So innately gifted genius. Also, they've played way more than you ever would have dreamed of doing. And so why does it matter at that point? There's a limit to that, but then that limit becomes pretty clear amongst the best players in the world. So instead, there's this middle ground that always is annoying, because the middle ground would basically say that, oh, you're only better. It's like a bottom feeder effect. You're only better because you played more and studied more, etc. So if somebody else did that, it'd be closer and it wouldn't make that much of a difference. So to a moderate level, that works, because again, even to the extent that I've improved maybe a little bit, although I don't feel like I've improved that much in the whole time ever doing this, is just because, I played so much. So no doubt I've analyzed a few games and learned a couple things, memorized a couple things just from even playing, which is a highly inefficient way of playing the game. Right? That's not how you should try to go about it at all. I mean, and again, when people make moves like that, oh no, they seem to blunder a pawn, which they didn't even seem to blunder. It should be obvious to you, because, why would they do that? Nobody is actually that bad that they would actually just make a mistake like that straight up. So that wasn't really too impressive a game either. Like, see, to whatever extent they seem like they're winning here, it's not even decisive still. Like, that you could easily turn into a draw. Like, these type of advantages don't really matter to the extent that you think, but when you're just putting forth no effort like I've been doing in these last couple sessions, this is what you get. And, that's often what I get from this, is that you see a lot of players who just, like, you don't really care, or you don't really want to be good. You just want to kind of play into some fallacies of, like, oh yeah, haha, chess players are smart, or look what a refined sort of game, whatever the stereotypes are. You don't really care, or you don't even really like it truly at the level that you need to. You're just kind of surface level, which clearly is my treatment of it, because I don't really like a lot of things about how it works. And that's just preference. That doesn't mean you couldn't still be good at it, but it's like, you probably would be better off, if you don't truly enjoy it, then you're never going. Look at that, 256 hours, too. Fucking insane. Hide the chess cross table and high contrast classical simple pieces. That sounds like right up my alley, except they don't exist. Or it could be that you have to wait a while for them to load, which some of them are like that. Oh man, these are the sets that I'm really left with. Are you serious? Look how quickly I went through this number of sets too. Right when we were sort of squeezing it so well towards the end and actually going on good win streaks and stuff. I'm not gonna blame the sets, but oh, this one sounds so cool too. Yeah, so the only one we've skipped so far is the anal bead set, because clearly. And these ones I can't even tell the difference in one side or the other. Like, how do I know? This one's like a troll. These ones look identical on either side. There's no positional difference. There's no color tint difference. Nothing. What the fuck? Usually they're like upside down, or there's something you can glean from them. Are we gonna actually fall below 1600? Because I very well might. I don't know. It's just been kind of boring, but if you finally say that I should study, like, this is the point that I should probably do it. You can do this, they'll take back, you can go like this. Actually, I should do that first. This probably would have been the time, or at least if I had stayed, and you get into this thing now, where like you've gotten to a certain point, but then you fall back to somewhere else, and then you come back again and you keep doing it over and over, instead of just like, okay, you're at that point now, you should try to make progress or something. it just ends up wasting time, right? That happens a lot where you can show that you can do something, but then you just don't do it. You could take, I could take. You're like, oh, you could bring the queen in, and it's so bad, but you're not even at that point. So, like, that immediate follow up doesn't do anything for you. Like, that almost shows that there's nothing, or that's bad because you're walking into kind of a fork here. So, right, like, oh, that trade kind of distracts him, but then it's not like that because, again, like, totally an unnecessary thing. It's not like anything he did. That's also what better players very stupidly, honestly, will interpret the game incorrectly. Like, they think there's something, like, oh, you won or lost because you're better or worse, but actually, it has nothing to do with that at all. Like, it's just a very self-fulfilling thing. Like, nobody knows what they're doing. They're just making random moves. They don't even, they're not even paying attention. They're not even looking. Like, it's nothing to do with anything because it's just because that might be the objective way to look at it, like, oh, this is objectively winning, etc. Right? Nobody really knows that to this extent here. So it's kind of a fool's gold. So they gave up a piece for no reason. I kind of gave it back. And so it's okay. Man, I'm gonna be too tired to do this PvZ shit, but I gotta do it. Okay, so you go to here, doesn't really matter. You go to here, but I can't even do it. And so... Fuck. Well, first of all, you're double attacking that thing anyway. Yeah, the amount of time that's put in, the amount of borrowed knowledge that goes in, the amount of... It really is very antithetical to a lot of the ways that people present the game. As in, I'm acting like this is mine, though. This is his, obviously. Like, oh, that's stopping him from castling, but it's really not. Oh, innate genius and this and that. To what extent you would have that play a role, I don't think you would even know until you commit to the game for a few years and study and try hard. Then you might be able to identify it. Like, okay, that's why you're able to get super far. That's not why you're able to be successful at all in the first place. They're only +1. I don't even feel like really doing this right now, but I thought that, I don't know. Like, I'll have to play this for a fucking ungodly amount of time just to get back to 17. It's almost to the point where I always try to say, like, I try to do it always on stream and try to always do it even with commentary, but I've been doing these muted sessions when I say, like, okay, I can recover to a rating I've already been to in those muted sessions, but I still stream it or record it. And once I get to a rating I haven't been to, as in, like, like, I can get back to 1720, whatever, because that's what I already was at. Then beyond that, I wouldn't do it. But now it's like, oh, maybe I could just do it where I could just do it off stream, period. But even then, by that philosophy, it's like, if I could do that, then if I have time to just do it, then I could just have time to stream it anyway. So I kind of look at it the same way. But okay, man, hurry up. And I didn't even finish the permadeath variant gauntlet actually on. I was just having an urge to actually play standard chess again, which maybe was a bad revelation because I shouldn't have had the urge to do that. But what do you call it? It's like, you know, I had done the permadeath variants on chess.com. I was trying to go through all of them in alphabetical order or whatever, and then every time I lose one, I have to move on to the next one. So it turns into, you know, that was a pretty fun format. It's just there were like almost too many of them. Then another chess series I left hanging was the permadeath bot challenge, which is obviously um the permadeath bot challenge was just play every bot on there until I lose a game, which I only played a couple of them. So again, I've more so just opened the door for formats than actually doing them all the way because I just simply don't have the time to do that. You're hitting it there. If you hit it here, what changes? They would take, I would take, they would still take. This is going here, doesn't really matter. Um, I'd really rather you just trade queens. That would be fine with me. And I'm almost too tired to do this fucking PvZ shit, but I mean, this is a stressful month. I better just try to do it anyway. Raiden A. Archon. Who is that and why are they watching us? Garbage level of play. That's what I always mocked when I started doing this. Like, who would want to watch somebody playing at this low rating? But it wouldn't be relatively that much better if I was like Alex Botez or somebody. Like, yes, they're better, but it's just kind of window dressing. How much better is she compared to me versus how much better is a grandmaster compared to her? Like, that's still a bigger difference because, well, it's actually probably comparable, but the difference is that it would take a lifetime to get as good as the grandmaster is, but it wouldn't take a lifetime to get as good as she is because that would just take a couple years. Like the expectation is already there in terms of in the amount of time I played, like the last 2 years, and that's it. That should be, I should almost already be there, right? 2,000 FIDE, at least 2,000 on here plus, and then the FIDE part can come later. But you know, so I've obviously underperformed even within my expectation of, you know, whether I'm choosing to study or not or whatever, but I don't feel even too bothered by this position at all. It's just kind of like, man, this piece set is fucking dog shit because you have not only is it just like random shit that I'm not familiar with as it is, but it's because of the simple fact that is because of the simple fact that they look exactly the same. They're not upside down. They're not a different tint. They're nothing. You can't even tell what is white and what is black. Like it's very, very annoying. But there's no rule that says I can't that I can't use it. The only ones that I set a rule that I can't use are when it's like totally like one piece just doesn't appear at all or something like that, right? Then it'll be unfair. But if it's something like this, it's still left to interpretation. Although to be fair, there haven't been too many like this. Normally there's at least some indication of them being different. Different colors or whatever. Wait, what? Or that in itself is kind of annoying because Oh my god, would you just hurry up? This is fucking, or you know what, don't hurry up, fucking flag. Look at this fucking clown try-harding everything. That doesn't matter to me too much. The act of giving that check would be a little bit annoying. Right, something bad's gonna happen. But maybe not. Because you can't really give another ancillary check at all, so it's okay. You got the Darksphere Bishop not really doing fuck all and even being blocked up by this really weird pawn structure. And so what you have is a simple ability to do this, even though it could end very badly, but in fact it's almost guaranteed to end very badly. But no, we still got what we needed out of it, like... Or no, that was the absolute wrong thing to do too, still. Okay, dude. You could have like gone under and then it would have been better off. Well, at least the comfort here is you're probably gonna flag them, but maybe not. I just love what my style of play represents. Like, do you not realize what it is that's like actually happening in these games? Like, I don't know. I guess people just don't get the way the game works, because if they did, they wouldn't glorify it the way they do to whatever extent. Like, I'm top 25% in the world. I'm a top 25% player on the planet, according to, you know, ratings or whatever other Can we just play a game with a proper fucking set that isn't this ugly shit, though? But that doesn't mean anything, because anybody can do that, even with never having played. So even really good players, like, don't treat it for what it is, but I get it. I mean, it's an egotistical kind of clown show of a game anyway, but I don't know. I would take pride for a different reason if I was going to. It wouldn't be the same thing as either you'd have to get really far or horsey jumpsy for puzzle racer. Impossible blindfold set. Okay, that one we'll skip, obviously. Jumping horsey. You know, this one ends up being actually usable. Cayuga Sama something which has pieces. It's basically where it's like a normal set with a couple different faces. I guess you can't even see it right now. Let me do like maybe one more. I'm not really even in the mood, but whatever. This is all we're gonna fucking do probably for the week, because I don't have time. So last one here. This one was the Alone in the Ring type of thing. This one's from Contradiction, which was like a real-time, what do you call it, like full motion video type of game, which I did actually like. This guy's acting was kind of comical too, the main detective character. Yeah, this kind of set is okay because it changes very little, where you can easily appreciate it that way. Right, like just as a functional set. So the rooks are this guy with the weird gothic emo hair or whatever. The one queen is just a normal queen. This is the other queen. That's the king. Like, that's not very hard to keep track of at all. Or one of them was like a troll set where white was black and black was white. Or some of them, you know, maybe inadvertently do that, like the little domino piece, checkers piece looking thing, where the circle outline is white, but the piece is black and it's like reversed or something. So there's some kind of weird trick with this sort of thing, but I forget what exactly it is. You go to there, it doesn't really matter. Contradictions will appear here and here. That is such an Ace Attorney type of word, right? That they always use contradiction in to explain like what being a lawyer is all about. You got to find contradiction in witness testimony, which is a big part of it, but the way they extrapolate on it is even beyond what you'd expect. So we can take this here, and that shouldn't have any impact at all. So that's fine. You can come back. Get rid of one bishop with a knight. That's always a good principle and logical razor to follow, right? That you should basically have you should have the ability to. Oh wait, why would you even do that? Always trade off one knight because there's no such thing as a knight pair, and so you would never need to do that anyway. But then there's also no such thing as a, well, the fact that the bishop is just objectively better than the knight is itself also a good standard. So that gives you an incentive to always trade one knight for a bishop, and then beyond that you have to make up your mind given the exact nature of the game. I don't know why they're moving their king so much here in the beginning. They're doing a lot of different trades. You can just do that for the fuck of it. I have the knight loose. Like, I'm playing very just random style. So to whatever weird extent that I have had success, I'll play like a very stringent style, like where I won't do very much and I'll play it like super safe, right? Sort of like less is more. And the reason why that works so well is because the reason why that works so well is because that's the kind of game that chess, once again, is. Because it's like, unless you're 100% sure of something, you shouldn't even do it at all, whether that be in the opening, whether that be in any other phase of the game. So you got to make it sort of stale and repetitive and boring in that way that you are able to, that doesn't even work though, because I would just be able to take it back. This knight's being a fucking mad liability here. So you have nothing really going on there. I'm too tired. I don't even think I can do that, but I feel like I have to now. So they unnecessarily move their king a lot in a way that I don't fully get. That's double cover, double attack. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. And so it is very cute, but let's see if we can't raise this all the way to a little good, you know, pawn push incentive going on. Yeah, don't try to do too much. Play it sort of stale, repetitive, boring, minimalistic. And if you can do that, then everything is good. You go here, they take, I take with something, which I don't have yet. Now, if you trade that, it should be easy pickings for the thing here. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. If not, all I have to do is like come around to it a little bit, but what I'll do is that's all still covered. Look at how expertly I'm actually pushing these pawns. Like, look at this shit. I go there, take, then this is covered, then I can move, and then just do whatever I want. Right, like that's the dream come true because now you just end up there and they have no choice but to give you the queen. So you just have to that's one thing I never really enjoyed is like doing, if you were to do like a 24-hour all night kind of stream, that'd be so boring because I could actually get back ranked here somehow. Or couldn't I just do it right now? I wouldn't even have to move away. I can just do it. They would take, I would take. I was acting like it's a bigger deal than what it is. That probably should have just been made anyway, but I'm just BMing them now. But yeah, like if you're really tired, you won't even enjoy what you're doing. So like, why even bother doing it? For people who do like late, you know, 24-hour streams and stuff like that. Right, at some point it just stops being enjoyable. I love when you see that quick rematch offer sent. Either it means they're tilted, so they want a rematch for that reason, or they just accidentally click it because they're just jamming the mouse or whatever just to get to the next screen or something. Yeah, that's good enough for now. We play like what, 4 games and we win like one of them. I'm honestly too tired. I won't even bother doing it. I'll try to do it tomorrow, then fuck it. That's too bad. We're already breaking our format schedule of what we're trying to do with do it every day. As if it should even be this fucking strenuous, but if it is, I don't know. It's just also to show, like, if I take a format seriously for once, which I haven't done with anything in a long time. Okay, see you tomorrow.